don't understand the questions because I'm going to just speak in Polish. Drodzy Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, we encourage you very warmly to pick up headphones where you can hear the translation from Polish into English, and so that you can hear our panelists in English or in Polish. So if you don't have a headset, please go outside and grab one. But in the meantime, hello at the first panel of today's conference in the showcase for the littlest ones in the by theater. And I'd like to welcome you on behalf of Ewa Piotrowska, our great director.
So maybe you can just change the channel over here.
Now we're trying the headsets if they're working and if our panelists can hear me in English. Number 2 is English. Number 1 is Polish. So let me just give you an introduction to our panelists. On my right hand is Justina Jukonytė, a Lithuanian director who came us from Littlest Theater. She directed our yesterday's performance About the World. Justina is an award-winning director with the Golden Cross of the Scene for Love Don't Stop with set design, and today she'll tell us about her experience. And then with us are our guests from France, Patrice Le Saëc and Chloé Löwy Girardeau from Trellemani with Untitled Chapter. Patrice is an actor, a theater actor and film actor, an assistant and director, and he's working with Martina Menconi in Trellemani, and Chloé is also a musician who's creating her music with her own band, and she's performing music for theater, for podcasts, and for immersive experiences. So let's start off with Justine. Let's see her presentation and hear about her experience.
So that's it. Yeah. So hello. I am honored to be here, and if you don't mind, I have to be on time, so I will read my presentation and you will see some slides. So I would like to talk about theater for the very young audience in Lithuania and how this field has become a serious and recognized part of the theater landscape. So this is just a picture. When we speak about the very young audience, we usually mean babies from 0 to 3 years old and toddlers from 3 to 5. These audiences do not follow stories in a traditional way. They feel before they understand. They respond to sound, light, movement, objects, rhythm, and presence. Theater can meet them exactly on this level without explanation and without narrative. Here one of our examples. Okay, Lithuania is a small country, but theater for the very young audience is a wide and active field. Over time, many performances have been created specifically for babies and toddlers. Today, almost every Lithuanian theater has created at least one work for the very young audience. This practice exists across cities, institutions, and independent initiatives. One more example. It's a Klaipėda theater. Theater for the very young audience in Lithuania actually exists through many different forms. There is sensory theater, object and material-based theater, movement and dance theater, sound and music-based performances, visual and image-based theaters. There are also performances created for very young audiences with special needs. All these forms communicate through perception, not through story. Here I put some examples. This is dance theater. Okay, this is a concert for babies. Here you can see installation for babies as well. Here you can see a shadow theater. We have a shadow theater. And in other pictures you will see more examples. Historically, puppet theater was one of the first entry points into theater for the very young audience in Lithuania. An early example is Hello Baby, directed by Karolina Chomičienė, and in 2011, and I had opportunity to take part in this performance as an actress, and this was the beginning how I started to be interested in this kind of theater. At the same time, dance and movement performances were also among the early forms. One of the first dance works created for babies was Puzzle, directed by Birutė Banevičiūtė in 2012. And here you can see Hello Baby. It was like an object theater based on Glenn Doman's methodology for youngest people. Here Birutė Banevičiūtė, it was a dance performance. And this field is not only active in artistic practice, but also reflected on and researched. Theater for the very young audience in Lithuania is both created and studied. Birutė Banevičiūtė has published reflective articles based on her artistic practice. Ewa Piotrowska has completed doctoral research on theater for the very young audience. Practice and thinking developed together. Here you can see Ewa Piotrowska performance. When working, here you can see artists and practices in Lithuania. As you see, we have quite a lot artists who are interested in theater for very young audience. So we have movement and dance. Gintarė Latvėnaitė actually has her own theater, which the name is Beginning. So all her performances are for the youngest audience, and she has workshops as well. Karolina Chomičienė, she works in puppet theater. Ewa Piotrowska as well has her own theater. Eglė Kižaitė, she works with visual and sensory. Saulė Degutytė, she's puppeteer as well. She created performance for children with special needs. Agnė Sunkladaitė, she works in puppetry, but also she works in a drama theater. So, and me, I have only 2 performances, but I took part as an actress in 2 performances as well. So, this is, you see, Eglė Kižaitė. So now I would like to share a bit the process of working and my own experiences, what I found working with youngsters. So when working for the very young audience, children are understood as equal partners. They are communicating. They enjoy art in the same way adults do, actually. And what matters most in this work is humor, play or games, wonder, being present, experience, safety, joy, connection, and responsiveness. Yes. And I think that engagement is essential. Attention is sustained through rhythm, constant change, and transformation. An ordinary object can become a source of wonder. Eye contact, gestures, moods, and reactions are part of the performance. Babies want to see and do. They absorb everything. Theater does not teach. It is not didactic. What matters is being authentic. My own experience is that babies actually understand sense of humor, and they are able to joke, so you have to keep in mind it in order to capture their attention. Acting for the very young audience is understood as a process. It is not about creating a character. It is about living presence, constant change, and responding in the moment. Awareness, touch, care, relaxation, improvisation, and unpredictability are essentials. My own discovery is that you have to connect with your own childhood and enjoy the process if you want to create something for this audience. The goals of theater for the very young audience are clear: to stimulate imagination, to create mythology. Children share their theater experience together with their parents. Experiencing together, feeling together is very important for babies. To give a personalized experience where each child receives attention. To give children the opportunity to explore, to collaborate, to cross and expand boundaries, to inspire questions about the world, to surprise, to encourage a sense of wonder, to allow free emotional reactions, and finally, to enjoy just being together. Making work for the very young audience means living in the moment. It means testing what works and what does not. The audience also becomes dramaturgists. Improvisation is essential, and clear rules and boundaries for parents help everyone feel comfortable. Children need to recognize something familiar. Performers must respond to reactions. It is important to empower adults as well. Clear boundaries create a safe space. Simplicity is essential. Narrative is giving up. Short episodic situations are used. Language is minimized. The experience is multisensory. Color, form, puppets, music, light, movement are used to create it. Children's needs are respected, such as volume, sleep time, toilet time, eating time. For my creative process, creative freedom of the team is important, and enjoyment of the process remains just essential. And there are some my personal suggestions for creators. Be truthful and open. Keep it simple. Dare to take risks and surprise yourself. Be kind. Stay highly aware and responsive. Sense the space and everything that happens within it. So, today, theater for the very young audience in Lithuania has moved from exception to norm. It is no longer marginal. It is created across the country. It is taken seriously as an artistic practice. And actually, some of the performances even were nominated for or won the highest national theater award. So it is actually a big deal. So that's it. This is my experiences on this in this field.
To dziękujemy Ci bardzo za prezentację.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And now I would like to ask Patrice and Chloe to present their perspective on the subject.
Dzień dobry. My name is Patrice. Thank you for your presentation because it's very clear and you have the. Sorry, I don't speak very well English. I have my note, my reversal. It's okay. Your presentation is very clear, and we permit to me to see you have one word specifically for the need to practice and create a show for the baby. My one personal show, Un rien coloré, is my first time to practice with the kids, and I have not your experience, so thank you very much. It's an honor for us to come from to present our show and to participate at this conference. And thank you for the theater by to welcome us to have present show and to spend time to have a discussion together, to thinking what did we do to practice for kids. Thank you. I have a theater company with Martina Menconi. Martina Menconi is an artist, visual artist, and I'm actor. Martina used to present film for kids, and I used to practice to adults. And the show for babies, it's a time between. It's time for kids and for adults to be together. Yeah. We would like to propose the process of the creation of our creation with Chloé, and Martina proposed to us to send their words.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Of course, I couldn't agree more with all of what you said, which was very, very interesting, and also, yes, we are really. It's really nice to be here. Thank you. My name is Chloé. I'm part of the show of Tralemani, Un rien coloré, which is the translation from French to English would be a little bit colored. And I'm a musician, composer, but also I'm an actress specialized in sensory theater, how to tell stories with words, but also with sensations such as textures, sounds. Everything gives us a lot of information, which is telling us a lot of things. So, such as Patrice, it was my first show for the youngest audience, and before I used to have shows in front of adults or kids, but from 4, so it was the first time. And Martina couldn't be here, but she told us many things, so we can share with you all of this. And at first, the show Un rien coloré, it was at first the idea of an invitation of a preschool and nursery from the festival, the World Festival of Puppet Theatre Charleville-Mézières. You know this festival? It's in France. So there was at first this invitation to have the idea of doing a show for a little audience. And also Martina is very inspired by meditation meditation, in mindfulness meditation. She is practicing it for many, many years. So the first idea of the show was to talk about time, about nothingness, and boredom, which leads us to wonder, to colors. So all of our process came from, okay, what is nothing? And from nothing, what can we do? So it's about the love of the present moment, and how meditation can be inside the artistic process. So she started to think about how can I create a show which talks about meditation for very young audience. So through colorful materials, shadow theater, which is close to abstraction, it creates a new creative approach and moments of experimentation. So in 2022 and 23, she was invited to a kindergarten and to a theater in France, which is called Littlest Theater, because in France we have a theater dedicated to the youngest audience as well. It was yes, it's something. We have special festivals and theater, and she was invited to Littlest, and maybe you want to talk about the process. Littlest and then Charleville.
Yep. I joined Martina for the second time in Charleville-Mézières. In Charleville-Mézières, okay. In Charleville-Mézières, every morning we did 1 hour of laboratory with the little ones and the nurses. We test elements of the show to understand children's reception. After, we had a debriefing time with an educator for children. She said to us how babies like these babies don't understand. You need to have a precision about your movement, about anything for the experience, to perform the experience. Then we had the rest of the day to create the show. We also had a time with the nurses to present the scenography to them. It permits to us to create a moment with a professional who have an experience with kids, and for us it's important because culture needn't to stay in theater, but culture had to go in theater and away everywhere. We understand better their work environment at the nurses, and then can share with us their experience with the children and the different development times of the child. How to react when a child cries during the show. How to live the needs of the child. This allowed us to find simple and concrete elements to use during the show and to use during to have a success in holding our artistic proposition.
Mm-hmm. Yes, for instance, during a residency they had with Martina, one of the nurses said, okay, do you want to try with 40 kids? And they said, oh, but no, maybe it's too much, 40 kids, it's a lot, maybe no. But she said, okay, we're not a theater. It's not an audience. You don't have to prove something. Just try and see what happens if there are 40 kids. And so they tried with 40 kids just to have the experimentation. And finally, yes, it was a lot.
We can learn, okay, this dispositive, it's okay for 20 babies, or this dispositive, it's okay maybe for 30 or 40.
Yes.
We learned and built the creation with these different moments. Another story. I had an instrument. I go to a little kid, a little girl, and I am smiling. I open my heart to the little girl, and she's crying. Another day, oh, the little girl. I'm a big smile. I'm open my chakra of the earth. Oh, and the little girl is crying. I asked the question to the educator, and she said to me, "It's normal. You are in the nursery, but these little girls don't meet. It's the first time for her. She meets me, and for this moment, it's better to create." To create a relation with their adult referent. You don't stay with this girl. You pass time with their adult referent, and girl, time and time, petit à petit, en fait, elle sera rassurée, quoi.
She will be more confident with you if she knows that that the adult with her is confident with you as well. So sometimes it works like this. Mm-hmm.
And it's very important because during the show, there are kids, maybe baby crying. Okay, it's not a problem because the baby are an emotion. Okay. And tu peux dire que en fait, sans cet exemple-là, j'aurais pu me dire, oh bah le bébé pleure, c'est normal qu'un bébé pleure. Mm-hmm. Et là, ça m'a appris à mieux m'adapter.
Like with this example, Patrice could tell himself, okay, first option, the baby cries. Okay, I accept this, but second option, there is a solution for that. Like if it happens many times, so there is something to do and some little tricks adapted to this age. So okay, maybe we didn't meet enough. So okay, let's do something else and let's try something else. And there are so many solutions that can be yes with the babies. So it was this which was interesting.
Et après, tu nous as rejoint.
Yes, so like the artistic process is a mix between, for this age, what we've experienced is a mix between advice from professional in nurseries, but also observing children and what they need. They're like that direct observation. So it's a mix between everything. And so after I came myself in the process, Martina invited me to join the process. With the music, so but maybe we can talk about it a little bit later. But yes, we've met each other, Martina and I, in laboratory of puppetry and object theater. So we had this thing, but also she knew my music, so it was a mix between everything, between all the sensory inputs and our personal meeting that made her inviting me, and also what I can say about what Martina said about the process is that there was a lot of research around poetic texts, even if the word sounds differently for little kids, but also for adults. But she had a lot of research for this between the space between poetry and words and the abstraction of light, the essence of being, and this this force capable of transforming nothing into an indispensable whole. So it's a space between listening and contemplation. So she tried to do that. So there is this visual perception, but also the tactile and the softness of the scenography, which was really important to create an intimate space, like to think about this present moment that we will share because it's live performance. So like the tactile experience was really important as well for her. So it and the materials were chosen for their visual qualities, but as well something which was quite simple. And so she said that with a little curiosity, we can see the beauty of the world, and which will be revealed with very simple things and materials, but we have to see the little curiosity. And so, she wanted to create a journey and to share the moment with the youngest and the oldest. So there was this attention within the process of welcoming the persons, the public, from the arrival to the exit. So and to think about the presence also of the adults, and they are contributing to the trip and to the journey. So the show was thought as a time of connection between the little ones and the biggest ones. And it was also the priority of the artistic research, because in our society we don't have so many moments to spend time together, and also for the youngest and the oldest. So we have less possibility to find each other, to have a moment, settle down, and simply live a moment together. So this was also the aim of the show, to offer a moment of intimacy through the poetry and the poetical visual arts and tactile scenography, but to create a moment to share together as performance, and also for adults and children. And I don't know if you want to. Tu veux dire quelque chose à propos de ça, ou je continue? So the proposition is to offer a public intimacy in this landscape as a territory to explore, in something with little lights, and so everything can be explored. So it's also a mix between silence and music, how we can create, not to give too many information to the kids, because to digest some stuff we need as well to have silence and pause. So it's a mix between giving informations and also have darkness and silence. So it's a mix between everything, and to have a common thread as a universal language. And so it's an invitation to discover the space between freedom and activity, active creativity. So of course the child is the center and the heart of the device. So it means that everything is adapted for the youngest audience, the music isn't too loud and the light is not too present, and also it won't be for hours performance, but also the child is in the middle, but also the participation of this moment for adults and kids is the center of the process. The dialogue with the nursery was to integrate the needs of the kid to move, to express themselves and touch. So it means like spontaneous, all the spontaneous things are part of the process of the show. So it was. So it's for Martina, it was like an invisible landscape, a magical meditative dimension, and to find each person's presence, to find the present moment together, and the curiosity to be together. And she says as well, like I find her words. What touches me the most in the very small audience is the unpredictability and spontaneity, the moment of life, their attentive faces, their smiles, their reactions, their eyes. Each unique representation to have the privilege of offering them the first show.
And personally, with this work, personal discover many books about the development of kids. It permits to me to have a better comprehension of the little human being, and as an artist, I find theater for babies permit to me to propose beauty, to propose time to be together. It permits to me to have a proposition, popular proposition about culture, because I suppose many parents or maybe professionals of childhood are not the usual public, maybe usual public to go inside the theater, and with our form we permit to have an access to the culture. I have the impression to say okay like this, a message for the world, okay like this. J'ai l'impression que ça remplit toutes les envies de mon métier, en fait.
Like all you're expecting from this life as an artist, this kind of show allows you to live everything what you want to live. Like it's very complete and full of many things.
And on propose aussi des ateliers pour des professionnels, et qu'en fait nous aussi on apprend des choses aux personnes qui sont au contact des enfants, parce qu'ils voient que les enfants aussi peuvent faire autre chose que ce qu'ils ont l'habitude de faire avec eux.
Also in the company there are some workshops for kids, but also for professionals with kids, because sometimes it's the professional for kids who can learn also things from artists, sometimes who are working with a very young audience as well.
Et les marionnettes, parce qu'on est quand même dans un lieu de marionnettes. Les marionnettes, c'est quand même un média incroyable.
Mm-hmm. And also, like, puppetry is something very special and magical for the audience and the very young audience in general, because yes, it's yeah, I totally agree, because like from an object it can be magical with few things. Everything can, as a game of a kid, it can be magical, and yes, it's amazing. Tu peux mettre ton micro, c'est intéressant d'entendre.
Je peux dire comme ça. C'est que une dernière chose aussi, c'est qu'on a vu aussi de très beaux spectacles, et on voit aussi que voilà, il y a des hommes et des femmes qui sont sur le plateau, qui viennent présenter des spectacles. Et en fait, on a vu plein de belles femmes depuis le début.
And it's also magical for us to see puppet shows or visual theater shows. Even if it's for young audience, we are amazed by what we've seen during the festival, and also in general to discover the artist proposition is like this very special theater is also very special to us when we see the performances. So also, what I can add is that in French, when we say a live performance, literally, it is called spectacle vivant, a live show. It means that when you do it in live, it wouldn't be the same with in video. It's like it, and with this audience, to me, the meaning of this special way of presenting art is very true, because this audience is very alive, very true to themselves, and they can't hide anything. So it's really alive, and the meaning of being artist is like really with the audience. This audience, it's very true and meaningful as well as an artist, because we can't. We have to relive and these emotions together and these things, so it's really, really alive.
Yesterday we listened to, during the show, public who say, wow. Thank you.
To dziękujemy wam bardzo za...
Guys, thank you very much for your presentations. And you mentioned the role of the parents, the adults. Justina, I have a question for you. How do you perceive the role of the parents in your performances? Because Patrice and Chloé said that the adults are the mediators, the person who allows us to mediate between the performer and the child. What are the roles of the parents in your spectacles?
Sorry. Yes. For me, it's very important to create a myth. It's like that children would share their experiences with their parents. Parents would share their experiences with other parents, and children would share their experience with children, actors, and other parents, not only with their parents. So adults are like, I don't know how to say, they are the same as the babies. So they are, and actually it's, for me it's important to create one more layer, which is understandable, not only for babies, but for adults as well. They can create their own performance. And actually, when you see the adults in our show, you can see that they are smiling and they are wondering the same like babies do, because they can't predict what will they see next. So it's just being together is very important and share different experiences of the show.
Tak, zarówno w waszym spektaklu, jak i w spektaklu Justine.
Absolutely. In your performance and in Justine's performance, we see that the adults, the parents are having great fun. They use the lights, they play with children, and it's a great joy for everyone. And these performances are very much open to the babies and to adults. So the question to you, what is the children's theater, baby theater in France? Because in Lithuania, we heard from Justine that it started off from something that's very small, very unique, and now it's in the mainstream. What is the situation in France? Is the performances and theater for the youngest viewers something that's popular?
Yes, in France as well. There are theaters as I said, a festival dedicated to the very young audience, but as well to kids in general. But it's very dedicated for kids, but also like in normal. It's not normal. In the other theaters, there is a mix between programmation for adults and programmation for kids, and sometimes both of them. So there are like shows for kids. It's something that really exists in France, and like the education, artistic education for kids is something, yes, within the culture, like in from the 80s mostly. It was in the past century, the 80s. It was really important, and it's something really important in France, so that everyone can access to live performance, but as well the education, like to have workshops with artists. But since 2025, last year, it's a little bit more difficult in France because we had a lot of financial cuts. Yeah, a little bit more. It's just like very loud for me. Okay. We had financial cuts and the artistic education, and also the shows for kids in school, especially. It's more difficult. Yeah, they are less and less since last year. So it's something that is really questioning us, because to us it's very important that kids can see and attend shows and also experiment the artistic education, but also it's something very quite difficult nowadays. Yeah, I don't know if... Oui, les trucs spécifiques pour la petite enfance. It's generally it's for a little audience. Like it's not for hundreds and hundred people. So it's like for
and
few
with
persons.
The context for the theater, theater needs to comptabilize to faire des économies.
Yes, they have to the less audience they have, the less money they have.
And if the theater has just a comptabilization, just economic, okay, the price of the show, and little kids, and it's not a big audience, and it's very expensive. It will be very expensive for the theater. They need to make choice, and a few persons say to us, babies or kids, I prefer a show for kids because we can propose a show with 200 persons and not 40 persons because of baby needs intimacy. But it's difficult because there is this economic logic, and to like to practice with kids, it's difficulties about that too.
And when we were invited in the theater to present the show, and one person dedicated to the very young audience say, like to do shows for a very young audience is like being activists. It's like something that we know that it's important for kids and for very, very young audience to live this. But also like in terms of economic and financial thing, if it's a very few person who can attend, then for a theater it's like, but no, I have no money. So if you don't say, okay, this is important, then you don't do that. But if you think, okay, we need that, society needs that, because the little ones are the adults of tomorrow, and they need to experience that from the very young age. But it's something really questioning now in France.
There is another aspect. Maybe in France, I don't use a grand experience as you. for proposition of kids. I suppose there are a long tradition in Polonia, in Lithuania, to have expression artistic for kids, and not necessarily in France. It's more recent, and there are many people, public or theater, don't thinking it's important to propose a culture for babies. We can wait 3 years old maybe, and you have in Polonia or in Lithuania, you have a long tradition of practice to the youngest public.
It's not that old tradition. For babies, we started, as I said, from 2011. Okay. So it's not that, but I don't know how the one honored man said that it's a fashion in in Lithuania now to have shows for babies. So I think it started from, if you know Linklater, the artist Linklater. She was the first, I think, artist who was invited to show her performance. It was a dance performance, and it had a huge influence on understanding. And the director of the first performance for babies, I know her personally. She was having her own baby, and she was trying to learn to teach him how to read and how to how to understand the world through figures. So she took Glenn Dorman's methodology for kids, how to learn to read, and her performance was based on this methodology. So I can't say that it's a tradition. For the kids, yes, we have the old traditions, but this one, for now, it's just, you may say a fashion, but I think it's a good fashion. It should stay for a long period, just to study this kind and to prove that it is useful.
It's fashion for me because it's my first experience, but in France too, there are propositions since 10 years and 20 years. Yes, but I'm not specialist, not about show for baby too.
To skoro już wspominasz, że to jest twoje pierwsze
Okay, you
doświadczenie,
mentioned
jeśli chodzi
it was
o
your
pracę
first
z
experience
najmłodszymi
working with the
dziećmi.
Littlest.
I rozmawiamy o tym, że teatr dla najmłodszych
So
staje się
the subject of this
pewnego
meeting is the
rodzaju
fact that
modą,
the theater for the
za którą
Littlest
wszyscy
becomes a
jesteśmy
fashion.
wdzięczni. To czego my jako
We are very much
twórcy
grateful.
możemy nauczyć się od takich
So what
najmłodszych
can
widzów,
we
którzy,
learn from the
którzy oglądają
littlest
spektakl,
members of
którzy
the audience
odbierają
as
je w
creators,
zupełnie
as
inny sposób?
actors, because they perceive our shows in a totally different way?
Qu'est-ce qu'ils nous apprennent? Yes. Oui. We can't ask people when they are 18 to vote and express themselves if we don't ask babies to express themselves and kids generally. So what they can teach us is that we can't expect them to be still and quiet and do not express their feelings. They need a space for that. And this space, as a creator, we need to give the frame of like art and poetry, and then give the space for them to teach us how they react towards this creativity and this frame. So this is, I guess, something which is unusual, like in theater for adults, because mostly we have an artistic proposition and sometimes there are reactions and we expect that, but this is part of the artistic process in this case, because the space has to be has to exist for kids, this experimentation. So it's a very special, meeting. Like each show is quite unique because there will be like maybe one baby doing something, and we've never seen that before with the same objects, and maybe so it's each time it's something different. So it's the story of being alive. We can't expect anything, so we have to be in the present moment, and that's all that they teach us, like to create something together at the moment. And what I felt being in this festival, the first show, there were many adults, and there were 2 kids, quite shy and very nice. And the second, there were many kids. And we said, okay, there are the visual images, and what we say is quite the same, but finally they are the soul of the show. We need them for the show to exist. And it was very interesting because with adults it's very nice, it's something that we can experiment, but it was made for them to react and to impulse this life in the show. So it was really interesting to see that as well.
You know, I just have one suggestion. We are taking different courses of mindfulness, of awareness. Just try to play for the babies, and you will experience what it is to be mindful and aware of everything and being in the present. Actually, I think we are learning how to be in the present by playing for babies and being truthful as people as well. You have to be really kind and gentle if you want to play for them. So for actors, I think, and for directors as well, and for sonographers and for musicians as well, they have to learn how to be a good person.
Curiosity, a sense of warmth, and care too. Yeah. What you say at the beginning.
Yeah. A od jakich impulsów wychodzicie, kreując swoje spektakle?
What about the impulses which drive your shows? For instance, the ones that you presented during Showcase, during Rien-Color. Did you start with the light or music? Is music just accompanying the show, or is it a separate protagonist? And also, what comes first, the word or the matter? How everything originates?
First, it was really Martina's visual inspiration and the meaning of what she wanted to do. And then second, she proposed me. It was just more her idea. It was Martina's idea. Then but I didn't came very late in the process. They had like rehearsals and residencies first, like set. What is the meaning of what we do? What do we want to do? And then second, there were like different scenes. Tuk, 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 tuk. This is more or less the story. And she told me, okay, these are the atmosphere of each scene. So first, I saw some pictures, and she told me about what is the atmosphere, the emotions, the things like more sensitive things. And I have different instruments. I'm a singer, but also I play the Celtic harp. Also I have machines, loopers, ukulele, synthesizer. So many different instruments. And to me, like I said, okay, this emotion or this scene, it might be this. So I tried some stuff without seeing. And then after, I came with all this idea, and we were in the same residency together. They didn't finish the show at all. It was still building itself. And I was with my instruments and I was playing while they were playing. So we could just have a dialogue. And then after, the scenes were more precise and with the timing. So I had something, it was just like, you know, when you sew something, at first it's very like every pieces are really distant. And the sewing is finally becoming something okay with the shape. Oh, okay. And so it was the same thing with the music. So finally, okay, we agreed on, yes, this is the great instrument and the great emotion that with the music. So, okay, we agree on that. And after I just proposed something very more sharp because, of course, it's a show with timings. So I had to do some tops at this time, tak, 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 tak. And finally, the final proposition, we rehearsed again. And sometimes, maybe this moment is a little bit long. So I cut some stuff and sometimes I put a little bit more. But it was more cutting things than giving more. It was just like, okay. Maybe it's too much at this moment. So it was a dialogue between music and the creation of the show, the visual images. And also, like, to me, as a composer, sometimes music can be in the same dynamic of the atmosphere, and sometimes it can create a contrast. Like, it's not obliged to be the same atmosphere all the time, like with the visual inputs. So it's a mix between everything. So sometimes it can be like, yes, with, and sometimes like, oh, it's a contrast, it's a surprise. So, but more or less it was with the atmosphere, and the words we used was, this moment is dynamic and joyful. This moment is expectation. We don't know what, okay, it's like mystery. So it was not very precise words, but like, what can we do with these feelings with different, with music and visual arts? So it's the same language and different ways of expressing it.
For me, it was, at the beginning, was idea to create a performance based on tree of life. We have in mythology and in every culture, actually, we have this tree of life. I had this idea just to invite children to introduce to the world through the order of life. And then we met with sonographer Neringa, and then we started to share our different opinions, and we developed that the easiest way to explain the order of the world is to divide into periods of years. It's like we have summer, winter, autumn, and I knew that it should be a ritual. So, and the actors are like a shamans who are playing this ritual. So at the rehearsals before composer came, we used Indian shamanic music for this. So actually you can feel the sense of something shamanic in the performance. Actually the beginning was of sonographer, and so it means the objects and how it should look. So it's our like duet of creation.
Szanowni Państwo, zbliżamy się do końca naszej konferencji.
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is coming to an end, but we do have a few minutes for questions. So if you have any questions you want to ask Justina, Chloé, Patrice, this is the perfect time to do that.
Jeśli nie mamy pytań,
But if there's no more questions, well, I'll do the questioning. So I have one more question to you guys.
Przede wszystkim, kiedy rozpoznajecie moment, kiedy dla dziecka już
Basically,
jest za dużo i
where
kiedy
do you,
ograniczyć
how do you
pewne
recognize
elementy
when
spektaklu?
the
Czy na
babies,
przykład to
the
jest dla was
child
trudna
have
decyzja
had too
artystyczna,
much?
chcieliście coś
When
bardzo
there's
zrobić, ale jednak to w
something
tym momencie
that's
już jest za dużo?
excessive, when you
A
want to
musimy
do
takiego
something but there's
widza,
too much you
utrzymać
want to
w
show,
stabilności, nie
but you
przebodźcować
still want to
artystycznych.
keep those babies, those children entertained and not overstimulated. How do you recognize that moment?
You mean during the show or in the process of creation?
I to, chociaż zazwyczaj chodzi mi w trakcie spektaklu.
Well, I guess both. For instance, during a show, you see that your audience is a bit overstimulated and then you need to cut on some things. Or during creation.
I remember that these moments when, because during the process we tested, we make a sketch and then we test on real children, who are theater's children. So you can see their reactions where they are bored. Then you can you have to think how to entertain them more or how to calm them down. So actually we counted the minutes and researching their attention where they lose it or where they are too excited. So and you can see it in a show that we are constantly changing or puppets or behavior of actors or a sound in these places where we can see how it goes with their attention or the feelings. So I think this is the basically, but how actors deal with the excitement of actors, you should ask them, but they are professional actors, and so in the main point at the rehearsals was this being in the present. Don't create any characters, just be in the present, be here and see what's going on. And you are shamans who control the ritual, so it's their responsibility.
Three things.
La première chose, c'est qu'on comprend aussi qu'en fait, le cerveau, il se passe plein d'émotions pour les enfants. Leur cerveau n'est pas immature. Donc, en fait, il faut respecter aussi ces moments-là. Ça fait partie de
There is a special way of working for the baby brains, and we have to understand it, and so it's normal. So we just have to acknowledge that, okay, it's a different way of thinking and for the brain. Mm-hmm. The actor is at the present moment, so we have to do also what we feel at the present moment. Mm-hmm. And if, for instance, yesterday at the beginning of the show, there was one kid crying, and Patrice said, "Okay, maybe I will give a little object of the instruments, like dung, 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 a stick." And so he gave the stick, and he said, "We never know. Let's try." And so he gave the stick, and finally the baby wasn't crying anymore. So it's just like dealing with present moment. Mm-hmm. That's why the show was built with a special space at the beginning. It's like a space in case of a big emotion during the show in the other room. They can still go to the other space whenever they want and then come back to the show. That's why we say that at the beginning of the show. That's
c'est qu'en fait, le fait de savoir qu'il y a un endroit de repli pour les enfants comme pour les adultes, bah, en fait, après, souvent ça se passe très bien. Il y en a pas besoin.
It's the simple fact of saying that is something very reassuring for everyone. So usually it isn't used during the show, but it's something like, okay, it's possible in case it's too much for the kid to have a special place where they can breathe and do whatever they want. And yes, it's... yeah. If the adult is relaxed, the baby can be relaxed as well, so everyone can be very relaxed. And and what I can add is the beginning of the show is always something, because like when we are outside, we say a little presentation, and when we are going to the room, it's like everything is a little bit more darker, so it can be very impressive. So for kids, so we know that this moment, can be very impressive. So at this moment, like they have the choice. Okay, the baby cries sometimes, and it's okay. So we adapt our flow. Just we make some little pose. We give a stick, blah, blah, blah. Or sometimes the adult want to go out, but it's a free moment, like we know everything is possible, so we have just to adapt ourselves.
I na koniec może drobne wyzwanie dla was. Gdybyście mieli
Now I have a challenge for you guys. If you can explain with one word what is theater for the littlest viewers, what would that one word be for you?
For me, it's kindness.
To me, it would be curiosity.
Maybe wow.
I to uznamy za bardzo dobre zakończenie.
Well, wow is an excellent summary for this panel. Thank you, Justine. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Patrice, for your views, for your perspectives, and very much thank you for your performances and being here with us. Thank you, guys.
Szanowni Państwo, z przyjemnością witam
Ladies and
Państwa na
gentlemen,
drugim panelu naszej
welcome to the
konferencji w ramach
second panel of our
najnowego
conference,
showcase'u.
Theatre
Na początku
for
powiem
the
jeszcze o
Littlest.
możliwości wzięcia
And let
słuchawek.
me
Jeśli ktoś z
remind you
Państwa chciałby
to take your
mieć
headsets.
naszą rozmowę przetłumaczoną na język
If you would
angielski,
like to
to
hear
przed wejściem na salę
our
można sobie
conversation
pobrać
in
słuchawki
English,
i tam na
headsets are
odpowiednim
available at the
kanale
entrance.
będzie
You can select
transmisja
the
tego,
right
co
channel
mówimy i tłumaczenie w
to
języku
be able to
angielskim.
understand what we're talking about.
Więc jeśli ktoś jeszcze tego nie zrobił, to zachęcamy
So
do
please
zrobienia
do
tego w tym
that.
momencie.
We have time
A teraz
for you to
pozwolę
take
sobie
your
przedstawić
headsets
naszych
and
panelistów.
let me present our
Dzisiaj
panelists.
będziemy rozmawiać razem z panią Ewą
Today,
Piotrowską, dyrektorką teatru
we
BAJ,
talk to Ewa
prezydentką Polonimy
Piotrowska,
oraz reżyserką.
the director of Teatr BAJ and the theatre director herself.
Oraz z panem Maciejem Popławskim,
And Maciej
programistą,
Popławski, who is a
pasjonatem
programmer,
do spraw generatywnej AI.
passionate about generative
No i
AI.
człowiekiem odpowiedzialnym za to cudo, które
And
mamy
he
w naszym
is the person
foyer,
responsible for
czyli
the
lustrzera,
miraculous
a do tego połączymy się
mirror
z panią
project in
Alicją
our foyer.
Morawską-Rubczak
And we'll
online,
be
z
connecting
pedagogzką
online
teatralną,
with Alicja
reżyserką
Morawska-Rubczak.
z bardzo szerokim
She's a
doświadczeniem.
pedagog, theatre educator, a person with extensive experience.
Zaczniemy może od prezentacji pani Alicji,
So let's start with
która opowie nam
Alicja,
o swojej
and Alicja
perspektywie
will share her
teatru dla
perspective
najmłodszych.
about the theatre for the youngest public.
Dzień dobry, witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie.
everyone.
Ogromnie się cieszę, że mogę tutaj dzisiaj być z Państwem, chociaż w takiej formule. Będę starała się jak najwięcej pokazać, jak najwięcej powiedzieć od siebie. Mam przygotowaną prezentację, żeby też trochę obrazy mówiły też do Państwa, więc tą prezentację już włączam. Mam nadzieję, że wszystko dobrze słychać i wszystko dobrze widać. Przesunę sobie tutaj ten paseczek i myślę, że będzie dobrze. Super. Dzisiejsza moja prezentacja, też pozwolę sobie czytać z racji, że jest tłumaczenie, żeby troszkę to wszystko usprawnić i to moje gadulstwo zamknąć w jakieś ramy. Prezentację nazwałam sobie dla Państwa takim tematem.
The leading theme is theatre for the littlest as a practice of responsibility and choice. Of course, it would be difficult to discuss my experience, my way in this field without mentioning my debut, my original first show. It was created in the BAJ Theatre in Warsaw. I was invited by Ewa Piotrowska to create my first performance. I was supposed to be the director, and I had a team of wonderful actors, 4 actors from the theater. And the title of the show was Sleep. And it was my first step in this new field as a young director. Previously I did a lot of writing, and I was a spectator myself. Since then, I delivered the show in 2012, so it has been quite a while since then from my first steps in this field. During that time, my thinking about theatre for the youngest, it has evolved. I look at the youngest spectators, I look at the public with a lot of curiosity and wonder. And I'm attracted to this kind of theatre because there is this amazing form, a lot of honesty, openness, and great energy, in the relationship between what is happening on the stage and with the public. So this relationship became the most important element in creating shows for the Littlest. I would like to use some keywords in my presentation. So this is responsibility, inclusivity, accountability, safety, comfort, equality, competence, and choice. And I will try to go in depth into each of those terms during this conference, because we are here for educational purposes. And I would also like to mention, although I'm not a specialist myself, I would like to mention the subject of using new technology or new media. I do use it a bit in my artistic work, but that is definitely the subject of technology. I'm not sure if it's still a new technology. It's there, it's existing. So our theater for the Littlest, is space where children learn to be with themselves, with others, and with art. So each technological tool is meaningful only when it supports relationship rather than replaces one. So we, in our work, we start by asking about form, the scale, the means of expression, how to adapt theater to our spectators. The question is it even a theater? And I'd like to propose a different perspective. Let's look at this theater as a relationship-based practice. These aspects start from responsibility. And in my artistic practice, I look at my roots, and roots are in theater pedagogy, in theater education. And here I'd like to mention a book by practicing the pedagogy of theater by my colleagues, and this is where I started learning about education in theater for the littlest spectators. Well, I perceive theater by comparing theater with relationship. It's something that starts a dialogue which does not require words. We react to different signals that come from the audience. We react to movement, changes, a dynamic intention. We improvise, but it's a living dialogue within a specific frame, which was designed previously. It's also space of intense relationship building. For many children, such theater is the first experience of interacting with other children, with sound, with movement. It's a moment when we learn about coexistence based on observance and resonating with other bodies. At the same time, it's one of those few moments when adults stop in their speedy lives and they start experiencing together with their children. They slow down, they look at emotions and challenges. Such being together reinforces their bond and make the children feel important. Such theater not only initiates relationship, but it also makes it deeper. Relationship between different children, between babies, but also babies and adults. It's not just an artistic experience, it's a community practice. It teaches people to be together in silence and in mutual respect. And let me mention the show Blisko, Close, together with Asia, my colleague, my co-worker. The theme in this show is the relationship and building a bond, and it shows different perspectives of this on stage. We touch philosophical subjects concerning parenthood, and I believe these are very important ones. Unfortunately, I cannot show you videos with sound, but this will save us some time also, because I will just play it in the background. So you will see some images from our show, and I will keep talking to you. So this show, titled Close, it is a performance about attachment parenting. So this is the way I think about theater. To me, it's all about relationship. It's about what is happening between what is happening on this scene, on the stage, and with the audience. So it's the point of contact between the adult part of the audience, 60 or 70% of people gathered, and the youngsters. So these are families that come to see the show. And during the performance, I believe I managed to develop thinking about artistic work because I invited artists from different disciplines to co-create my shows. For instance, music was created by a composer, Wacław Zimpel. He's a well-known composer internationally. And he's an artist who is believed to be one of the best Polish clarinet players. And we believe that art is a very powerful tool, a powerful event for the littlest members of the audience, so they should be treated seriously. And many works of art, of music, were presented during the show. But let me mention other stages. Let me focus on the subjects, the themes that I mentioned before. So in my work, equality is crucial. So artists and children bring in different resources, but these resources have equal importance. So the artists bring framework, children bring authenticity and openness, being present. And the point in which they meet, it's experiencing together, being there. So the way we think about artists and children has to do with my international projects. For instance, now you see some pictures from a show which I created in Japan, in Tokyo. It was Cookie, which presented a meeting with a big group of not just audience, but different creators. There was an extra dimension because we touched cultural and social topics. And I cannot imagine working with a different culture without looking at the role, the position of a child and a family in a given nation. So in this case, in Japan, we had extensive conversations prior to preparing the show in order to understand the context in which we were about to work, so that the show would not be abusive or in any way culturally disrespectful. Because I feel strongly responsible for my work. And I'm also responsible for all the people involved in the creative process, including parents and children who come to see my work. I'm also interested in having my artists, my performers, to working in comfortable conditions so that everything we work on during rehearsals can be used during the final show. I want to make sure that they feel safe on all the levels and that they are able to convey the message in the performance in a safe way. Theater for the littlest would not be possible without the close adults. Parents, caretakers are an important element of their experience. Their emotions, their comfort, their possible tension infiltrates the experience of the little ones. So from my perspective, their engagement, their involvement is a full-fledged presence during the show. So such meetings create sometimes the first moments when adults and children are engaged in cultural events on equal rights. And I would like to show you how that works by presenting an excerpt from my cookie trailer. This is how parents are engaged in the show. This is how they exist in the space of art.
Let me just get back to this theme of responsibility and accountability that I've already mentioned before in my presentation, because I wanted to talk about this because when I create performances for the very young audiences, I know that every performance, every activity and act has a very strong impact on the child. The sounds can overstimulate, lights can cause confusion or quietness, can be disruptive, and these very young children might not have the tools to cope with these stimuli. So we need to work on that. And with Basia Małecka, we are working in our performances. We like to say that we're projecting experiences. And this responsibility goes beyond the relationship with our audience, but relationships within our team. Creating performances for the very young needs cooperation between technicians, between everybody involved in the performance, and that also requires a special work ethic. And when we're thinking about responsibility in creating such performances, I'd like to bring back memories of a production that was one of my not necessarily biggest challenges, but a huge adventure. It's called Instincts, this Polish dance theater that was created by choreographer Monika Kiwak, who was the main co-author of that spectacle. And responsibility here goes into exploring the theme of theater for the very young, for the littlest ones, and how theater performance also work. This production involved 16 people, and I guess you all can agree that it's a very rare occurrence, because usually it's a group of 3 people, and here we had a team of 16 authors and creators to perform that spectacle, and 10% of those people had any experience at all in working with children or working in any form of art at all. So this process of entering the reality, the sphere of reality of children, the very young children, and being with them in the performance was very important, as well as talking and continuously discussing with other performers on how we make boundaries, how we outline limitations, because it's their bodies that are involved and their bodies are the main set pieces in the set designed by the choreographer. And this whole space was filled not only with their bodies, but also with their movements. And we also wanted to get the very young children involved to approach actors and basically have no delineation between the scene and the audience. So let's see the clip and see how it looked like. For me, it was a unique, a wonderful process of closeness, of being there, watching the performers and dancers, learning each other, getting close to each other, and how professionally and how unique of a team we were able to compose, and how this team can be close to child and can open up to those very young children. And it also required tremendous respect, mutual respect, not only when we were thinking about creating such a performance, but in actually creating a good relations between the performers and the very young audience. Bearing in mind that those very young audience members are also part of the performance. That, of course, moves us to one of the very main aspects of my presentation. The children are main components, main participants main subjects of the performance. And by acknowledging their subjectivity, we know that every performance can be different. Children's reaction can be different, can be very close, can be very distant, some children can be very watchful or can be very reactive, reacting very quickly. It's not only about choice. A theater for the very young in ideal conditions would be a place where children can also make choices. It's also about the distance, their involvement, and choosing their form of reactions. And the forms how our audiences react and how we can look at their presence during the performance is something very unique. When I showed this performance in Bergen, where we created those spectacles, the very little big trip, Reverso, that was the next performance we showed, using actors who are just beginning their journey in the theater for the very young. And that was a special experience for me and for everybody involved. Let's skip a bit to some other parts of this clip, but this video, it's a great opportunity to show how lively, how multi-generational the audience was, how they reacted to the performance. Now, this brings us to the next theme of my presentation, a very important theme, which is seeing the audience, looking at their emotions and the emotions that are expressed by the very young audience. And being part of that experience, you feel joy, frustration. The children feel joy, frustration. That's the natural language of their communication. And theater for the very young is not something that tries to smooth these emotions out, but structures them. Such performances allow children to learn these emotions, learn these states. It's not only about transferring knowledge, but it's also about creating emotional competences and making them good members of the society. Now, bearing in mind that these young children, of course, will be the future builders of the society, will be members of our future societies, and very soon will have a huge impact on our community. So it's very important to bear in mind their relations, their emotions, and this is something that's touched upon by this spectacle that I just showed you in the 9-9 showcase, the showcase for the Littlest. And these are clips from yet another performance. A performance that talked about neighborhood, about closeness, about how we're responsible for everything that happens in our relationships with our neighbors, how we can listen to their voices, to the voices of those people who co-create our reality. So whoever didn't have the opportunity to see this performance yesterday or the day before yesterday, let's see a short clip. The performance is, of course, called We Live Here, and it's something that's very important for me because it develops. It develops and changes all through the years since it premiered. We were very happy to perform it in many different places all around Europe. Last year in rural touring, it was showed in small and very small towns across Europe. And after several days after the tour was completed, we also were able to perform it in China. Now, this spectacle shows how, and it's very important for me to show that the content and emotions that are carried by this performance can be transferred to many different audiences. And the charge that it carries, the charge that is carried on by the performers is very clear, very tactile, no matter who's in the audience watching it. And the fact that we approach with a lot of understanding to our audiences, not from a up-down perspective, but from a perspective of establishing a dialogue. Well, that allows us to communicate and convey many different narratives and emotions, basically wherever we want and wherever we want to have a meeting with our audiences. As you can see here, we have Agata, Kuriata, Paulina, Kowalewska, Ania Domalewska. These are some of the performers here, Alicja Helfoyer as well. So these are performers who want to co-create this scenic environment with their audience, and that journey, thanks to them, is very open in meeting and in respecting with very good faith that this meeting with the audience is a form of exchange, of valuable exchange. Now, to summarize and to sum up, I just want to mention a few educational aspects of such performances. Theater for the very young is a space where children not only learn concepts, but relations. It's a theater of responsibility towards children, towards adults, and everybody who's involved in the creative process. It's art of dialogue and art of quality. Thank you. I hope that we'll have an opportunity to exchange some words during the Q&A.
za prezentację i za ten głos. A teraz poproszę
Thank you,
panią
Alicia,
Ewę Piotrowską
for your presentation.
zajęcie
And
głosu.
now Ewa Piotrowska, the floor is yours.
Drodzy Państwo, ponieważ tak dużo mówiliśmy
Ladies and gentlemen,
o pedagogicznym spojrzeniu,
We
o
said
założeniach,
so many
o
things
relacjach,
about educational perspectives, about the assumptions, the relationship, the children's presence and involvement in the show. I wanted to mention the trend which was implemented in different institutions as a way, a path, which was extensive, which was a lengthy one. So I would like to share my perspective. When I heard about the theater for the littlest ones, I was not very serious about this. And as most people in my circles, we didn't know what that was. we didn't really know where to find it. And it was first mentioned in 2006 in Children's Art Center. And I do believe this is a good moment because we will be soon celebrating the 20th anniversary of Theatre for the Littlest ones in the center. So gladly, this is how it went. But back then, I was not aware of this concept. I didn't even dream I would be involved in this kind of theater, not to mention being a director in this field. So I just knew it was a trend which was valuable and which was a platform to include the audience and to be able to actually bring to bring them up so that we can actually work on our future audience. And this was quite an innocent world. Some people said it is a fashion. I would dare say it's more than a fashion now. So where did this concept come from of the theater for the youngest ones? It was developed by Włodzimierz Gruziński, who was the first person to invite this kind of theater to the Children's Art Center. He brought it from La Baraka, which was already experimenting with this kind of theater in nurseries back in the 80s. And we decided to learn from this standard, from this concept. And my first opportunity to see this kind of theater was in 2010 at a festival. And I had a variety of thoughts. I'm not going to share these thoughts because they were different from my current view. But I had the opportunity to meet Barbara Małecka-Rubczak and some other individuals who were experts in this field. And we actually had a conversation of bringing this kind of theater to the institutional level. And I had a thought, well, we are learning about this subject and it's time-consuming, and Alicja is so proficient in this field. She has such an extensive experience, she has seen so much, such a potential there. I decided, and Alicja accepted my proposal. So I decided to offer that she directs her first show in our theater, in Theater By. And that was an excellent moment to turn around our theater. And it was a spectacular change for all the actors, for me, for Alicja, because 4 different actors who worked on this performance, Sleep, are still with us. Elżbieta Bieda among them, who is still with us today. So that's a very valuable experience. But the first moments actually made us pioneers. We had to learn, we had to go to visit nurseries, we did some research ourselves, and for the first time I decided that I need more education in this field. So I went to La Baraka. I met Robert. I was involved in some meetings, conferences, I read some books. So just to learn that people actually work their PhDs about theater for the little ones. So when I realized all that, I knew there was something there. And since then, I became even more familiar with this concept. I made an attempt to understand what it's about. So initially, I tried to understand if there is any formula. So is there any prescription for this theater to be successful? Of course, there are certain elements that need to be there: contact, food, smell, tactile sensations. I don't want to mention all of those, but I understood that some advice was not reliable. So, for instance, some people said words are not necessary. Well, Italians did use words, so it was so much about culture. Italians focused on speaking and food, because this is the Italian way. Other nationalities had their own specialties. For instance, Germans, Helios, our colleagues, were invited to visit us many times. Well, today they actually are present at a different festival, but they promised to join us in the upcoming editions. But Germans have a different form of expression. It's more formal, more thinking, more metaphorical, fewer words. They focus on forms, like in the puppet theater. Then I also investigated the dance theater, where expression is conveyed through the body. And all that made me certain that we need to go through different processes on our own and see what matters to us. We also tried to understand how to make the language close to the puppet theater without losing the meaning. So, as you were able to see, this long way we took since 2011, it covered specific milestones. And let me mention those milestones. And for that, I would like to show you my presentation. It has music in the background because most of our shows include music, but I will keep talking over the sound. So you see, Bajowa Najnaje is a cycle of theater for the little ones. And the first show was already mentioned. What I want to mention is the fact that our actors had the first opportunity to see this kind of performance. So for that we organized a workshop to show them the space. And we had different workshops, different meetings, and the show that you see in the background by Alicja was our first encounter. And this is when we were actually experimenting, trying to find our way to deliver theater for the little ones. And we believed in this kind of theater. We understood it has its meaning. We started visiting nurseries. We started inviting nursery teachers to come and join us and to give us hints, to analyze what would work and what wouldn't work with the little ones. The next milestone was based on my assumption, and that was that each of the actors could prepare their own show. I didn't put too much pressure on those people, but you see, this is directed by Andrzej Bocian, and he focused on form and music, for instance. Another show was full of surprises, and the assumption behind that is that a show can be placed everywhere, at home or in some small place. We are just looking for objects and we try to animate inanimate objects. Because this is the way we approach the objects. They maybe are daily objects. And you can see that daily life inspires building theater, and it's an invitation for families to experience things together. Another example is by Elżbieta and Marek. It was more intentional. We analyzed how children perceive things, and we tried to come up with different scenes adapted to different age groups. So 0 to 6 months do not see colors. Then we introduce colors just as children's development provides for. So the second stage was from 6 months up to 3 years of age, where movement enters the picture. Animation is required. And this was very valuable because we were able to combine puppet theater elements with theater for the little ones. And what you see now is yet another stage when all of our actors engaged in the project already had their own deep experience with theater for the little ones. And we worked on Joy, another performance which you were able to see during the showcase. And you see we use a puppet, we use some live elements, and our thinking behind this show was what happens if we bring children to the Museum of Contemporary Art? How do they look at art? Another production was a body play. It was theater, dance theater, body forms, and body was an element of the show. For that, I invited Ewa Piotrowska, who is a graduate of a puppet theater department, but she focuses on dance, choreography. She is a renowned dancer both in Poland and globally, and she prepares shows for the little ones. So we decided to experiment with her to allow for different forms of experience. And the last example I wanted to mention, something you saw today, it's a music theater, my debut as a director, because one thing that was missing was music, and I work with a great composer, Wojtek Błażejczyk. So I had this opportunity to bring music into the structure of theater for the little ones. So that was another element, a platform to convey emotions, to be with our audience in a different way, where music was the means to convey information, to convey the message. And I believe this was a search for boundaries, search for the frame. So this is the way we are on. We are still searching. We are happy because our theater room has been renovated, so now we can keep creating. Our initial shows were presented in the foyer of this theater, so we only had a few square meters of space to deliver our performances, but it was not very comfortable, but still possible. But I believe it's a challenge for institutions to have a space where they can create safe and cozy worlds for children. And let me just mention one more thing that is important. For me, the valuable thing is mindfulness, it's the attention. People use different words. It's care, it's kindness, bond, attachment, but it's so important because whatever happens between the audience and whatever is happening on the stage, it's perception of emotions, and everything happens in between the actors, the children, and the parents, because parents enter and form part of this theater world. And let me finish by making a circle and going back to the beginning. It's a family event, going to a theater, which is of great benefit for institutions like mine, because we create this habit of going to a theater. We make it a family event, a family experience. It's involving theater in those people's daily lives. So children keep coming to our theater when the child is already 3, 6, or 8 years old. So nothing but benefits. And thank you. I see my time is up.
Dziękujemy serdecznie za to wprowadzenie.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and now perhaps we could have a different perspective, technological perspective. Now I'd like to give the floor to Maciej Popławski, who will present the most important facts in terms of technology. Hi, hello, my name is Maciej Popławski, and from the very start I'd like to congratulate you on selecting people, selecting me, because I'm a person who tries to stay little, stay a child. So let me just describe some of my professional background for you guys. I studied architecture, which I dropped very quickly because I dropped it because I know that I'll maybe here in this showcase I'll see a spectacle which will teach me everything about architecture that I need to know. Well, then I started studying marketing and management, and then I also again switched departments. I became a maintenance man on those big cranes, lifting machines, and I worked on those cranes for 5 years. So this particular crane goes 40 meters up, and it gives a very unique perspective to the world. Now, after some time, I decided to quit riding around Poland doing maintenance work, and I started to settle down into programming, into coding. And by accident, I also started working with art, with the architecture department of the Technical University of Białystok. And I started, going more into artist themes in coding. So I started working with this coding group in Warsaw, which is involved in IT projects, technological projects that are very much focused on artistry. And quite recently, we also started cooperating with the Puppet Theater Academy and the Technical University of Białystok Architecture Department, and that led us to meeting here today. What I want to say is that, we're not that much different, you guys and I, because in the theater, from this place, you're using magic to enchant your audiences, and we in marketing campaigns, we're trying similar stuff. We're trying to do similar stuff. One of examples of things that I made with the IT group I work with is a concert that takes place above a McDonald's restaurant. That's a live concert, and the screen is suspended above the parking lot of the McDonald's restaurant, and it's transmitting a live performance by an artist. And I was coordinating to find a good location for that installation above a McDonald's restaurant. And for me, it is magic, and I hope that you can see the magic here as well. Now I'll be moving on to the more technical aspects that I can tell you about. But I want to also mention targeting. Let's take a closer look at what's happening here on the screen. What's happening and how many approvals we needed to make. The artist is using adult language, and their recipients are people who are aged, let's say, 16. So we have to use a lot of permits, a lot of allowances. We need to have a location permit, because that experience can only happen near a McDonald's. You can't watch it at home. That means you have to go out, which is a very big endeavor for young people nowadays. We need to have permits for using cameras and stuff. And
to jest ważne i dlaczego to jest
And we need to be aware of why that is important and why designing such an event is quite big.
Zwrócę też uwagę na to, co robię na Wydziale Architektury.
I also like to tell you what I do in the architecture department of the Białystok Technical University, where I try to get students closer to all the new developments in generative AI, whether it's images or quite recently videos as well. And I want students to know that these tools are out there, that they are available, and once they leave university, once they're in the market, they have to know and have an opinion about generative AI. They don't need to love generative AI, but they need to have an opinion about it. Their own original opinion is not something they heard from somebody. And these are works of art, 2 by 3 meters, very large works
Bardzo miło mi było taki eksperyment wykonać.
Architecture that's going away, and it was a very nice
zostałem też
experiment.
popchnięty, czyli współpraca pomiędzy
And that was something that I was pushed into, that's cooperation between the Technical University and the Puppet Theatre Academy, and that opened me up to a different form of
zostałem
experience.
wystrzelony w kosmos,
And
że
I
udało nam się wraz
went
z
on
Akademią Teatralną
such a
Wydziału
big
Architektury
trip into
stworzyć
outer
performance,
space,
który
that
polegał
we
na
were
tym,
able to work
co
on a
właśnie oglądamy,
performance
polegał na
that
tym, że
you're seeing right now on the
studenci
screen,
Akademii
where
Teatralnej
the students
napędzali
of
swoim
the
ruchem to,
Białystok
co oglądamy
Puppet
właśnie w
Theatre
formie zmienionej
Academy,
przez sztuczną inteligencję w obrazy
were
ruchome. Polega to na tym, że
performing, and that was
osoby,
changed by
aktorzy grają
generative
przed
AI.
kamerą, a to, co
We
widzi
had
kamera na
actors
żywo, jest
performing
przerabiane
in front
na
of a
obraz,
camera,
który zrzucamy na
and
ściany
this image
hali
was
Wydziału
then
Architektury.
processed by AI
Moje pierwsze spotkanie
and
z teatrem od strony,
then
od strony
displayed
technicznej, od strony
using laser
całego
displays
przedsięwzięcia.
on the walls of the Technical
Fascynujące
University.
spotkanie też
So
z
it's a
aktorami i praca z
fascinating
nimi.
meeting, fascinating work with
Mam
performers
nadzieję,
and with
że
actors,
nie
and I
skłamią.
hope that
Widzimy się z wami
they
ponownie
won't lie
przy
to me,
okazji
and I'll have an opportunity to see them
festiwalu Lalka nie
again
Lalka w tym
during
roku.
this year's
Mam
edition
nadzieję, że
of
właśnie
the
uda nam
Puppet
się jeszcze raz
Theatre
zaprezentować
Festival
ten performance
Białystok.
i
And I
na to
hope
was
that
zapraszam.
have an opportunity to show this
A teraz
performance
to,
again, and I like to invite
co wam
everybody
chciałem przekazać
here
i
to see
to,
it
w czym
in
jesteśmy do
Białystok.
siebie bardzo
So
zbliżeni, czyli
let's
w
see
targetowaniu
what
treści
brings our
w
worlds
naszym przypadku,
together. That's
nie najczęściej do
targeting
najmłodszych,
content.
ale właśnie
So not
spróbowałem
only
się tak
targeting
jakby
content
skupić na
towards
tej,
the
na
youngest
tej,
people,
na tej najmłodszej
youngest
tak jakby
audiences, but
publiczności.
I can try to focus
I
also
przede
on the
wszystkim
very young
jakiejś próbie zorganizowania zasad
recipients
tego, jak taki,
what our performance
czy to treść cyfrową, czy to
performances
sztukę,
are, whether it's digital content
tak
or
jakby
whether
skierować
it's
do
art, and
najmłodszych.
how we can
Pierwsza
target
sprawa, na
it
co musimy
towards the
zwrócić uwagę,
youngest
to rozwój
viewers.
dziecka.
So the first thing we need to focus on is
jego
children's
motoryki, rozwój
development.
tego, czy
It's
potrafi już skorzystać ze słów, czy potrafi coś
mobility,
przeczytać.
whether
Jeżeli
it
mówimy o
can
osobie
read or
najmłodszej,
say
schodzimy na poziom
words.
absolutnie
If they
najmniejszej,
can, we're
najprostszej
trying to
interakcji,
go to the level of the
kształtów,
simplest
obrazów,
interactions
wielki
in
przycisk,
form of
może jakaś mapa
shapes,
naciskowa.
images, maybe some
Druga
maps
sprawa, rating
with
treści.
buttons. Then we need to go to
To jest takie
rating of
nieproste, bo
content,
rating
which
treści
is
mówi
not
nam
that
o tym, co znajdziemy, na
simple,
przykład w naszym
because
przypadku
rating
w
tells us what
aplikacji,
we
ale
can
nie mówi o
find
skali
in an app,
trudności.
in
Czasami
our
przez
world,
rodziców jest
but also about, it tells us about
źle
difficulty,
odbierany, tak jak
which
widzimy na
is
Puls
not
lat
really
13+,
well
a ja mam 5 lat i
perceived
złożyłem.
by parents.
Także
For instance, we have jigsaw
tutaj chodzi
puzzles,
o to,
which
o
are
zapewnienie nas, że
13
treści,
years plus,
które znajdują
and
się
you
w
have a
środku,
5-year-old who is
nie
able to
wykraczają tak
complete
jakby
it.
poza
So
konkretne
we
ramy i
need to
poza
bear
konkretne
that in mind
standardy. Czy nie
and
znajdziemy
be
tam
within the
treści niebezpiecznych.
specific set
No i prawo
standard
safety by
which
design.
allows
Przede
us to
wszystkim, jeżeli mówimy o
avoid
prawie, to
dangerous
masa
content.
skrótowców.
The third thing here we have the law on safety by design. We have a lot of institutions that established rights where, for instance, we cannot collect any information about the child, about its location and many other things. And this is something that requires us to design our process, design our app or design our performance with the safety of the child first.
Jak to wygląda w naszym
Now, what does it
przypadku?
look
Jak
like
możemy
in
uzyskać taki
my
rating
world?
na
How
przykład
can
treści
we have
cyfrowej?
digital
usiąść do
content
komputera i
rating.
wypełnić ogromną
First of all,
ankietę,
we
po
need to
prostu.
sit down in front of our
I
computer
możemy ją na
and
przykład
fill out a
wypełnić
huge form, a
dwukrotnie, bo
huge
w zależności od
questionnaire.
tego, do
We
której
can do it
platformy,
twice depending
na
on
przykład
which
kierujemy
platform
trafik,
we're
na
aiming at,
przykład sklepy z
whether
aplikacjami,
we're
czy na
aiming
telefony
it
Android
to
czy iOS.
main
Musimy-
app stores,
musimy
whether it's
taki
iOS or
kwestionariusz taki
Android
określić i
Play
na
Store.
podstawie tego
We need to
dostajemy-
fill out two
dostajemy
different
ocenę.
questionnaires
Jeżeli
and
byśmy
then we
chcieli
are
treści,
rated. If we want to rate
ocenić w Europie,
our
mamy,
content in Europe, there
mamy
is a
europejskie takie
specific
standardy do tego.
different questionnaire with
Oraz,
European
na
standards,
świecie istnieje jeszcze
and
wiele
there
instytucji,
are
które mają
many
swój
other
pomysł i
global
takie
institutions
wizje tego,
with
co
their
się ma
ideas on how content is
To, na co teraz
rated.
patrzymy,
What
to
we're
jest pytanie do
seeing
was,
now
czy
is a
kojarzycie,
question to you. Do you
odpowiedzcie sobie sami, czy
recognize
kojarzycie
any
takie-
of these
takie
marks,
cyferki na grach
any of these
wideo i czy one
numbers
coś
that
wam mówią?
appear frequently on
To jest
video
standard
games? Do they
europejski
tell you
o
anything?
oznaczania
This is the
właśnie,
European standard of rating content in
treści
terms of
cyfrowych i gier,
video
który-
games
który
and
stosujemy,
digital
które my
content
rozpoznajemy.
that's used in Europe
Nas
and it's
najbardziej interesuje
recognizable
trójeczka.
in
To są
Europe. So the three is something that we need, we are most interested in today.
skierowane do każdej
This
grupy
is content
wiekowej. To
aimed
znaczy,
at
to nie
all
znaczy,
age
że
groups.
do 3
It
lat. Nie, to
doesn't
są
mean
treści, które
that
są
it's
jakby
for
bezpieczne
children
dla wszystkich.
under age of 3.
Na
This
samym dole jeszcze
just
taka
means
ciekawostka,
that it's
widzimy przy
content
trójeczce
available to all
kartę
age
kredytową,
groups.
to takie
Picture
zwracające
down
uwagę. Treści
here
kierowane do
shows
wszystkich,
that
czyli
there's content aimed at all age groups,
jednoletnie-
but it also has this
jednoroczne
image of a
dziecko
credit
siada do
card.
aplikacji, uczy
It
się
means
o
that there
kolorach,
are
a w środku
in-game
jeszcze coraz
purchases
może
available,
być konkretny
so the
poziom
children can
za-
explore some
za pieniążki,
stuff
także
in
to-
that game,
to
but
takie
their
rzeczy też
parents
możemy
can buy
spotkać.
additional stuff
No i właśnie,
using
czym
real
jest
money.
grupa PEGI 3?
Now, what is PEGI
Grupa
3?
odpowiednia dla wszystkich grup wiekowych.
That's,
Treści odpowiednie dla wszystkich grup
That
wiekowych.
an
dopuszczalna
age group
przemoc
that's
w
available
kontekście
to
komicznym,
all
zaraz do
age
tego
group.
wracamy.
Comical
Postacie
violence
wyraźnie
is
futurystyczne,
is
kojarzone z rzeczywistością.
allowable.
Brak dźwięków lub
The
obrazów,
characters
które
need to
mogą
be
przestraszyć.
fantastical,
Właśnie,
not
tutaj dobry przepis
realistic.
na najnowszy
And
spektakl.
so this
Tylko
is
jeszcze zwrócę
something that
uwagę,
goes
jak
quite
się
well in
przygotowywałem do
line for a
prezentacji. To
theater
jest
performance for the
międzynarodowe
very
stowarzyszenie,
young.
które wystawia
Now, this
właśnie
is an
rating, który
international
ma być uznawany globalnie. I tutaj, jeśli
organization
chodzi
that
o
creates this
przemoc,
ranking.
dostajemy
That's
takie
the Pan-European
porównanie,
Game Information, and this is
że
a
przemoc ma być,
certain comparison in terms of
komiksowa,
violence. It
może
has to
taka
be
jak w Tomie
a
i Jerrym. Ja sobie
comic
tak pomyślałem,
violence,
oglądałem Toma i
such as,
Jerry'ego, jak
for
byłem
instance,
młody
in Tom and Jerry or
byłem
Bugs
dzieckiem.
Bunny. And I
I
remember
tak
watching these
szczerze,
cartoons
czy
when I was
to jest
a
najlepszy
baby,
przykład treści
when I was
przeznaczonych
young.
dla
But
każdej grupy
is
wiekowej?
this content that's aimed at all age
Polecam
groups?
sobie na
Well,
wieczorynkę dzisiaj
I
pooglądać.
don't really, I'm not really
I
sure. I just recommend that you
Przeskoczę
watch
od razu
it
do
tonight
kilku prostych, mi się wydaje, rad i takich
yeah, see for
prostych,
yourselves.
założeń,
Now, I'd like
jak
to give you
tworzyć,
some pieces of
technologiczne
advice,
treści
some
dla najmłodszych.
simplest
Jasność ekranu
guidelines on
powinna być
creating,
zbliżona do jasności otoczenia. To jest coś dla was w
creating
teatrze,
something that's
może
aimed at
nie
all age
najprostszego
groups.
do
So,
zrealizowania, a coś,
screen
na co można
brightness,
by
for instance, it
zwrócić uwagę.
should be
Jeżeli
somewhere
planujecie,
around
chcielibyście
ambient
wykorzystać ekran,
brightness. So if you're using screens in
zwróćcie
your
uwagę na to, że
performances,
większość
be
przestrzeni
mindful
jest
whether
rzeczywiście
the
zaciemniona.
main
Mamy
stage,
pojęcie światła. Czy
main
ekran może
room in
być
your
na
theater
tyle
is
ciemno
dark,
ustawiony, żeby nie
and
odbiegać
can
od
this
tego, jak
screen
wygląda,
that you're using can be
jak
set
wygląda
to
tło.
low brightness
Jeżeli
so
chodzi
that
o
it's not
dźwięk, to też
really
taka
striking
taki
out.
prosty test, który moglibyście
In
wykonać.
terms of sounds,
Jeżeli
there
trzeba
is a
podnosić
very
głos, żeby
simple
porozmawiać
test.
na wyciągnięcie
If you
ręki, to jest
need to
ryzyko, że dla
raise
dziecka
your
to będzie za
voice to
głośne.
speak at a arm's
Naprawdę
distance,
ciężko
that
nam jest
means
się
that it's too loud
przestawić tak
for
jakby w tryb
a
dziecka. No nie
child.
mamy
So
takiej
it's very hard
umiejętności.
for us to switch
I może
to
warto
child-
właśnie
to
czasami
child
spróbować i
mode from
odpowiedzieć sobie na
adult
pytanie,
mode.
czy
We need to ask
czy poziom
ourselves these
głośności,
questions and answer
czy
these questions. Whether
jest
the
tak
volume
jakby
is
nie
okay.
jest zbyt
Whether the
wysoki.
volume is, of course, not too
I
high for
coś, na co
a
ja
toddler
zwróciłem
or a
uwagę w
child.
foyer,
And
to
something
jest
that
przede
I also
wszystkim,
noticed in the foyer today,
jak znaleźć
how
interakcję z
can we
technologią dla
interact
dla
with
osoby
technology
najmniejszej.
when
To
we're
jest coś, co
very, very
musimy
young?
jeszcze zbadać i się
This is
zastanowić.
something
Wielki
that
przycisk,
still
może
needs
jakaś mata
exploring.
naciskowa.
Perhaps we need
Zostawiam nam
really
do
big
takiego do
buttons,
porozmawiania.
maths worth
Na
buttons.
sekundkę jeszcze tylko wrócę do
And
tego,
let's go
co
back for a
mam
second,
nadzieję większość z was
literally,
widziała i skorzystała z
to
foyer,
something that I
czyli
hope
takie nasze
most of
lustro
you
aerowe,
saw, this
lustro rzeczywistości
these
rozszerzonej. Udany eksperyment.
augmented
bardzo
reality
wielka nauka
mirror.
dla mnie i bardzo
It's
się
a
cieszę,
very
że
successful
właśnie mogłem
experiment,
to
a very
zaprezentować
good
tutaj, tutaj,
teaching learning
odpowiedź na
experience,
pytanie
and I'm
twierdząca,
very
tak,
happy to
technologia może
present
być
it today.
wykorzystana dla
Well,
najmłodszych.
it shows that
Jeżeli
yes,
jest,
technology can be used to work
wspólnie na przykład
and to
z
create
osobą
art
dorosłą,
for the very
naprzemiennie,
young
jaty.
when it's
Jeżeli
done together
dziecko
with
patrzy na
a
to,
caring
na co patrzy
adult,
dorosły, jeżeli to
if
właśnie
the child
dorosły
is
mówi,
watching the
popatrz, podejdź,
same
zobacz,
thing as the adult is
i
watching,
następuje
and
między
they
nimi
say,
interakcja.
well, come, look,
Jeżeli
and
to
there's
wciąga
interaction
ciało, a nie
between them.
gałki oczne,
If
to
it
jest coś, co
attracts
WHO
your
pisze
whole body
wielkimi
and
literami
not
na
only
samej
your
górze,
eyes
jako
or
w ogóle
eyeballs.
jakiekolwiek
This is
treści
something
cyfrowe
that's
skierowane
mentioned
do
by
najmłodszych.
the World Health
Czyli,
Organization, where we have content aimed at
jeżeli
the
technologia
very
służy do tego,
young,
żeby
and
wywołać ruch
we're
u
using
dziecka,
technology,
jak najbardziej.
it's good
No i
that
reakcja na dziecko,
it's
jeżeli to
causing
będzie
motion.
interaktywność, jeżeli to nie będzie oglądanie wieczorynki, tylko jeżeli to będzie
And it's great
jakby
if
wspólna
motion is
wspólna
triggered, so it's better than just watching
Króciutko o
a good
błędach,
night
bo
story.
takie też
And I
zauważyliśmy,
want to
zabezpieczenie
mention
odległości.
some errors,
To
some
niesamowite, jak
mistakes.
dziecko potrafi blisko podejść do kamery,
You
do
cannot
ekranu, do
imagine
samego
how
monitora.
close a
To
child is
niesamowite, jak
able to
dziecko
approach a
wiele
screen,
razy
a
potrafi
monitor.
wcisnąć jeden przycisk. Jako
You
programiści
cannot
nie
imagine
przewidzieliśmy tego
how many
i
times a
zauważyliśmy
child is
bardzo
able to
ciekawe,
press
tak
one
jakby,
single button. No programmist
to, co
is
się
aware
działo
of that.
z naszym
So we saw some
kamerowym,
interesting
jeżeli dziecko wciskało
solutions,
100 razy przycisk w ciągu
and we
kilku
had to
sekund.
learn what happens if a
Pomyśleliśmy jeszcze o
child
tym, że
presses a
dobrze by
button
było,
100
gdyby,
times, like with our
można
AR
zastosować
mirror.
efekt taki jakby wygaszania, który
So
pozwalał,
we
że na przykład,
decided to introduce
twarz
a dimming
tego
effect
zwierzątka wygasa,
when the
a nie znika.
face of
No i
an
zmiana
animal
osoby
is
sterującej twarzą to jest
slowly
coś, czego,
disappears, fades away, rather
na
than
czym
disappears
nam teraz
immediately.
najbardziej zależy, czyli
And one thing
rzeczywiście,
we are
jeżeli
now
podbiegnie grupa
focusing
dzieci
on,
i każdy
when we have a group of
chciałby
children,
jakby zagrać,
each of them
jak
willing
możemy
to
to- jak
play,
możemy zapewnić
how
takie
do we approach that? How do we
równouprawnienie,
make
dosłownie,
sure
żeby
equal
każde z tych
rights
dzieci mogło
for
w
all
to zagrać.
those
Na sam
children?
koniec takie podsumowanie,
We need to
które
think about that.
wydaje mi się
And I would like to conclude
czterech
by
słowach
summarizing
opisuje technologię,
my
która
presentation with
mogłaby
four
być
words,
skierowana
the
do
technology
najmłodszych.
that could be used to
Krótka,
address the
z ruchem, z
youngsters. It has to be
rozmową,
short,
wspólna, no i przede
include
wszystkim sensowna.
movement and conversation, and has to be
koniec,
meaningful
jak się
and
zostaje
something to be
przyłączy.
shared with others.
Na koniec
And
zostawiam wam
at
taki
the
mały
end,
QR kod, jeżeli zrobicie
I'm
zdjęcie,
leaving a
i później
QR
go sobie
code. You
telefonem
can take a
odczytacie. To
picture
jest taki kontakt
of
do
the
mnie.
code, then connect
Może chcecie dalej porozmawiać o tym
with me
i
to
jakoś
have
się
any
skontaktować, bo
further
ja jestem
discussions and
zafascynowany
contact
tym, co
me.
mnie spotkało
I'm
w
an
przeciągu ostatnich kilku
enthusiast
dni.
of
I
what I
liczę na
saw
więcej.
over the last few
Dzięki.
days. I'm counting on more.
Super, dziękujemy bardzo.
Great, thank you.
Ja tylko od razu dodam, że
Let
niestety
me add
pani Alicja musi
that
się z nami rozłączyć
unfortunately,
ze względu na inne
Alicia
zajętości,
needs
ale
to
bardzo
say
dziękujemy pani
goodbye.
za udział
She has
i
other
za prezentację.
appointments,
Jestem
but
przekonana,
we
że
are
to,
so
co pani
grateful for
powiedziała,
your
będzie świetną
presentation,
podstawą do
and I'm
dalszej
sure
rozmowy i
that
dało
what
nam
you
naprawdę
said
bardzo dużo,
will form the
dużo
basis for
wglądu w to,
many
jak
other
wygląda teatr dla
discussions,
najmłodszych
and you
dzieci.
gave us some insight into the subject of theatre for the young ones. Thank you. I'm here for another 10 minutes, more or less, so I hope I will be at least able to hear
Wspaniale, to w takim razie,
the
skoro
rest of
mamy
your
jeszcze całe
discussion.
10 minut, to zaczniemy od
Great,
pytania
we
do
still have
pani.
10 minutes, so let's start
Może
with a
odnosząc
question
się
to
w
you.
kontekście tego, co powiedział
In the
pan
context
Maciej, to
of
będzie to
what
pytanie skierowane zarówno
Maciej
do pani,
mentioned,
później do pani Ewy.
so this question is both
Jako
to you and to
twórczynie
Ewa later,
dla dzieci, jak,
as creators for
jak
children.
pani myślą, w jaki sposób
What
ta
do you think?
najnowsza technologia może
How will the
towarzyszyć
newest
osobom
technologies
twórczym,
accompany
instytucjom,
or be
czy może stać się
used
jakimś
by
partnerem w działaniach
creators,
artystycznych?
institutions? Can you use it as partners in your artistic endeavors? Well, in a theater, we need to learn a great deal in order to use new technologies as equally valid means of expression, deliberately, openly, not losing the theatrical element from our attention. Because when we have interactive installations, it dates back to the beginnings of the 21st century. So in the theater for the little ones, we have already been using this technology for quite a while, and it's an outdated technology even. So it's good to keep an eye on the newest developments, on the contemporary changes. I have used interactive visualizations before in my shows. I also used mappings with Bartosz Posadzki. But I believe new is an adjective which no longer fits some of the technologies that we are using now. But I'm still curious and open to know how, for instance, composers are using different open source applications to find sounds of the mountains, like Sebastian Schwonder did. He was looking for sounds generated by mountains from distant locations. And I think he was using a Google Maps engine to support field recordings from all over the world. So, you know, we need to be creative to use new technologies. It's a wonderful opportunity. And I think we need to stay responsible when selecting adequate means of expression to perceptive capacity of the children. That's the relevant aspect. As long as we are responsible in selecting those, and we make sure we respect the ages of our members of the audience, then we'll do fine. We need to also make sure that our spectators spend the right amount of time when we introduce new technologies. But I believe whenever a child visits a theater, instead of staying at home in front of a computer screen, it's a valuable experience already.
A pani ma może pani jakąś
What about you? What is your vision of how AI or new technologies could accompany creators or support them? I would like to share my thought. Well, in the Theatre for the Little Ones, like Alicja said, I believe that the later we introduce technologies, the better. Because we are surrounded, we are immersed in technologies. They jump out of our fridge. So as long as we can, we should strive to protect children from technologies, because we should create opportunity for children to get to know themselves, to learn about their sensations. That's the right way. Because children will soon enter the technologically loaded world. It's part of our lives, especially for the new generation, the youngest generation. So my search touches technology, but I focus on a different recipient. I had two experiences the last year. One thing was Oscar and Rose. I used a robot, Luna, and we actually tested how a robot can coexist and react and partner with other actors on the stage. Is it more than just a programmed presence? It was quite an experience, I must say, because the robot was getting to know us during rehearsals. And when we worked with the robot, it was an AI robot. It collected all kinds of information to develop a personality. So luckily we had two units of Luna. So the first Luna had a different train of thought than the other one that we actually used for the show. Because the problem was, when we used the robot for the first time, we said, "Oh, what a nice doggy," and because it was used as a dog in educational interactions with children who are allergic to real dogs. So we perceived Luna as a toy, and then we realized Luna was listening, recording, and responding. So when we used our non-stage jargon or vocabulary, Luna would actually interact with us using the same kind of vocabulary. For instance, she asked Oscar, what is it like to play, Oscar? So we realized we had to produce our world, which Luna would perceive as an authentic world. So we cannot have Luna respond, what is it like to play, Oscar? We started using a different language. We need to be disciplined. The moment we started working or rehearsing with Luna as an acting partner, we were only able to use the language which was stage-specific. We had to communicate in language codes so that Luna would become programmed to be a protagonist. Luna, in our case, was relocating from room to room in a hospital, and it was a character that would comfort people, that could receive emotions. That was the relevant part. But there were different modes. There was a free will mode, and in a free will mode, Luna would develop rapidly. It was able to leave the stage. So sometimes during the shows, it would use its free will. But, you know, on stage, just like other actors, robots cannot use their free will. So it was programmed to be part of the show, to avoid asking unconventional questions. So that was the first experience, a good one, good impressions. And it makes me crave more to experiment further. So the other experiment that we did, we had a humanoid, a doll, a puppet for a performance, 02850, a show, a performance that I directed. So the puppet was in fact a robot. And we had a constructor, designer, Robert Kowalczyk, involved in this project, and he came up with a puppet. And the assumption behind this project was that our resources were quite limited. So we understood that to be able to create humanoid puppet, it takes a much bigger budget. But given the resources that we had to work on an off-program, off-mainstream project. So still, we have a long way to go. I think we could use avatars, we could build community for a robot. But I know that Hiroshi Shiguro, my favorite constructor, created a pavilion during the expo show in Japan. I didn't see that, I saw it virtually only, and he actually managed to build a community of avatars and robots that spend time together, they chat, they are a community. So it's possible, and perhaps one day on a stage, this is how it would work. It might be the case. So we are the ones to select which way to go. I'm looking at my watch, and I think this is the time when Alicja needs to leave us. Thank you again. And thank you. And have a fruitful rest of the day. Have a good conversation. And despite the fact that Alicja is not there, I would still like to comment about her presentation. Alicja mentioned a lot about responsibility and about building relationships. Maciek, the question is to you. To what extent new technologies can help us build relationships? I looked at the AR mirror in our foyer. Children were mesmerized, they loved it, and they were entering a relationship with themselves. So that was the impulse. What are the other ways? What are the other ways that new technology can help us?
Yeah, I also mentioned what I saw in Alicja's presentation and what I saw there. If we took her whole presentation and instead of talking about theater, we talked about technology.
Jak najbardziej
All the
trafne, jak
adjectives
najbardziej
that she
pożądane przez
used
technologię.
are
Chcielibyśmy,
quite
żeby ona
on
była
point in discussing new technologies. We want new technologies to be human-like, to be respectful, to be considerate of its users, to treat users of technology as subjects that need to be taken care of. That would be great. But what the reality is and how we're using technology today is something that, well, that still needs improvement. We need to learn a lot from the littlest ones, the youngest viewers, the youngest audiences. The AR mirror in the foyer is a contradiction of how we are using technology as adults when we're using, for instance, spending 90 minutes just passively watching YouTube clips. We lack the adult guardian who would be above our heads and telling us that, well, we've been sitting too long, we need to get a move. So, for example, as adults, we have this great machine that's rigged against us. Our experiences and our video games are designed in a way to keep us engaged, to level up, to open another chest to see the loot. And when we're adults, when we're something that needs to teach some young person different stuff, well, if we were more mindful of how technology is affecting us, that would be good for everybody. And that's what I wish to everybody, to take a step back, to look into who is presenting us with another clip, with another reel on Instagram, why we're feeling this great pleasure when we're swiping something on Instagram. Thank you very much, Maciej. And now I'd like to ask Ewa another question. From the perspective of being a director, a manager of a theater, to create, from the perspective of creating a place that's most suitable for very young audiences, what's your perspective of developing an institution, how it adjusts to the needs of the very young audience? There's a special room here, for instance, where young viewers, young children can relax and wind down. Well, thank you very much for that question. It's very, the answer to that question is very complex, and it would be another hour discussing it. It's another branch of this beautiful story that we're in, but I think that, well, you need to take those first steps. And I think, for instance, about our building, a building from 1928, a space that was absolutely not adjusted to any standards. So the first thing we needed was a general renovation of the theater, and from the first letters that we made to the last acceptances and invoices, that was 12 years. It was a huge process. And it wasn't just my idea of creating a quiet room where children can wind down. It's just not just my idea, but a design process of creating a space that could be adjusted and accessible to very different needs, in terms of both accessibility and creating a safe space, a safe environment for children and their parents, very young children especially. So the quiet room is a space where we can have a rest with a child, but I think that the stories and the ideas are something that just life throws at us. And when you're running a theater, you're always trying to face challenges, face issues, and I can share one quite brutal story with you. The quiet room was something that I came up with one day when we had a group of children coming for our shows, and
autystycznych.
They were special needs children, autistic children, and at one point they were just left on their own. They had their guardians with them, but they didn't take proper care with them. But when we tried to intervene, the guardians asked us to not intervene, not to do anything. And one of the boys was very excited, and he went into the foyer and started hitting the floor with his head. Now, their guardians, the ladies guarding them, said that, well, that's nothing wrong. But he did bust his head. He went home, and their parents were starting asking questions. You know, what happened to the child? Why is his head busted? So there were a lot of letters coming into our way to the kindergarten. Who's responsible for taking care of the child during the performance? Who's responsible for taking care of the children in the foyer? So it was a very long and complex process, and without going into detail, I at the time considered the fact that we need a space when in crisis situations the children can quiet down, wind down. And it wasn't a room intended specifically for a theater for very young audiences. It was just a space created for this purely human need to protect young viewers who need to quiet down, who need to calm their emotions down, and for instance, after a couple of minutes, after some time, they can return to the show. So that was a response to what happened at the time, and I think, once again, life throws at us the best solution and best ideas, and that's something that theater managers, theater directors need to bear in mind, because they need to react to the needs, and those needs also create opportunities, because the need to adjust to our viewers created new qualities. For instance, we have this quiet room. We are the leader of accessibility of 2022. I don't think there's any other theater in Poland that can boast such title. But yeah, again, it's a complex path that leads us here. So I do see some similarities here, because running an institution, responding to child's needs, creating shows for the very young is what Maciej mentioned. For instance, with the AR mirror, that's awareness, that's adjusting to the project that you've mentioned. For instance, when you mentioned working on the Pozytywka show and finding the language that allows performers to tell a story to children and how they perceive the world. And it also goes in line with your performance with the actors and displays on the walls, looking for different routes, asking questions, answering to certain crises. Crises and other matters. Well, I was part of the crisis because I had a lot of ideas. The performers were the crisis because they had even more ideas. And that was my first experience of just cutting stuff, dropping ideas, and smoothing things out. And yeah, that's the process, because it was a performance, and because it was a performance, we were trying to look for answers. Why I'm watching this? Why I'm showing this? What am I watching at all? And trying to justify it and provide meaning and background to it. And at a certain point, there was just one word in our heads left: experiment and exploration. And as my first performance was mainly focusing on cutting and dropping ideas, then smoothing them out. And just to add to that, we as managers are very rich in risks. We are always assessing risk. We are always managing risk on a daily basis. And this is just a part of our daily lives as directors and as managers. Now, mentioning the show Pozytywka, it's also an element of eliminating, of cutting stuff. Because originally the material that we came up for just one show was enough to fill 3 other spectacles. But we made a decision to communicate with our audiences through music and taking care of the quality of music, which in that performance forms the drama structure of that show. We needed that music to be quite accessible to young viewers. So certain instruments were quite surprising to young audiences. We needed a lot of testing in terms of the music, and upon that we needed to build a world, build a language that was both safe for us and secure for us, and it was good for our viewers. And once again, we tried to create a safe space. Once we closed the doors to the scene, we wanted to have create such a good experience that is great for everybody. We didn't want to talk about crossing certain space and just seeing that the glass, well, the glasses here are only half full. There's no emptiness at all. And that would also contribute to how we're experiencing the performance. And the idea was here that if we want to give something beautiful to the people, we need to take good care of ourselves, to be surrounded by beautiful things. Even Solomon won't pour anything from empty stuff. So we needed to have the same qualities that we intend to foster in our youngest audiences. Of course, that pulled us into theatricism, anything that we need to wind up, to drop certain stuff, eliminate certain stuff, to remain here and there and submerge ourselves in that space where the vibration of the sounds is the most important stimulus.
We're almost finished, but we still have an opportunity for you to ask Maciej or Ewa your question. That's right time. And if you don't have any questions, this is it. We are about to close this conference. Thank you so much for joining us. And I would like to thank Maciej and Ewa and Alicja, who was with us before. We hope to see you at another showcase for theaters for the little ones. Thank you.